Alright, sorry about that delay. Let's get started right now. I believe I got everything taken care of now. Um, I'll try to get as much as I can done tonight. I should be free for the weekends. I got nothing else to do. Tomorrow, though, might be a bit different. It's either I'm going to be playing this with the microphone permanently muted, as I definitely will not be alone on Friday. Or it's either that or I'll just simply cancel for today. Or not today, cancel for tomorrow. We'll see how it goes. Right, here we go. Unnecessary evidence has disappeared into Trucy's magic panties. It's a portal to another dimension. It's best not to worry about it now. I saw that sparkle. It also pisses me off that I literally have to select the doors, and if you're using the the keys to move your freaking hand pointer, then it becomes quite a pain in the ass. So you literally have to use your mouse. Oh God, never do that again, please. How nice of her to volunteer me for the job. I can't even look around the room. That's interesting. She could give a yokai a run for its money when she's mad. Good point, though, Apollo. That's so canon. Maybe I've underestimated that analytical psychology of hers. You have no idea. I guess a little thing like demonic possession won't stop a father's love for his daughter. Come to think of it, the mayor had mentioned that he'd been clubbed with this statue. I'm gonna ask about this too. I guess I'm not the only one he scares the living daylights out of. The key that the mayor took from the killer and swallowed. No fingerprints could be lifted from it. Damien's aide, Florent LaBelle. Very fucking huge. It's highly likely that it was LaBelle who took it from the mayor's briefcase. Gonna have to ask Jinxie. We're done here. And I'm gonna have to sweep this whole fucking village if I have to in order to find her. Makura Geishi. I say we had more than adequate demonstration of that just now. I sure hope she didn't plant the evidence while she was sleepwalking or something. There's only one of its kind. Tsukumogami? Hmm. I know, I could have just went straight there, but I didn't know there was anyone else. One second. I'm back. Very sorry. I had to do something before I started streaming today, and had to finish that. Alright, continuing on. Okay, fair enough on the statue. Ah, interesting. A token of goodwill made in secret. Jinxie is now the only one who knows what the original looked like. My bracelet, it's reacting. Jinxie, you wouldn't happen to be... What the hell are you doing here? Oh, nice going, Jinxie! Oh god, I'm hurting right now. Hold bright, huh? This is my chance to see what she was lying about. Yeah, since the detective ain't there, then surely no one else should be at the crime scene. Oh yeah, before we search the box chamber, we should ask about the blackmail letter. Where's that freaking coming from? Where do you... Yeah, exactly! Where do you get close like that? So he did see something.
Beware you who sealed me away.
You just won a one-way trip to the top of my most annoying people ever list, buddy. And plus, he wouldn't be behaving like that if he knew exactly, or if he didn't know exactly what the fuck he's doing. Not the bus. I'm getting off. Couleur me le belle. Hair color that washes out with water is Florent Labelle's own brand and isn't available to the general public. I'll leave you to diddle the flower. As much as you hate losing, Athena, I think the door would win this match. She's as excited and a kid as a kid in a candy store. I guess if you can catch something that fast out of midair, you can accomplish anything. Still, there might be something to the fact that these fox statues rotate. Maybe there's something around here that shows the position they should be in. Hang on one moment. Alright, back. Sorry. Hmm. Nothing under the table, huh? Ah, the bowl. Okay, look, we're not playing door after dark here. Made in secret. I can rotate the folding screen with, and if I spot anything of interest, I can press space on it to inspect further. You can also zoom in and out to get a better look. Now let's check every last inch of it. Yeah, even looking at the freaking folding screen, I knew that they were supposed to be positioned this way. These doors need some serious oil. Damn! I would have loved to have gone into that to a place like this in the third game. Too bad that never happened. First thing, something with the bells. Je suis le belle? Now, that's gonna cause quite some implications here. Indeed. An item that was recently dropped in the Forbidden Chamber. It bears the Je suis le belle logo. Here hath Timlatara been imprisoned. Age 80? Besides, it sounds more like an autopsy report than an epitaph, if you ask me. Breakouts? Nice job, Widget. The denial is strong in this one. Maybe this will remind her to deal with her own faults. But I won't hold my breath. Too bad, Athena. A big empty compartment. And from all the dust and cobwebs, I'd say it hasn't been open in a really long time. A bigger that had been left inside the Timataro statue. A thick layer of dust and dirt suggests it hadn't been there, or that it had been there for some time. Ah, now that... it's very curious. Oh yeah, like you're such a real fucking Robin Hood. Apparently, it's something a certain thief leaves at the scene of a theft. You're gonna do exactly what superstitions say? Well, I say that's baloney. Also, hey, cute Martina. And that is not a good sign.
Take that!
And the fact that my comment got ignored is one mark of me being right here. But I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait for that message. If you can hear me, do you mind telling me why you're asking? Oh, I have it in the channel description that says that the actual components of it were made by a someone named Imu Delki, but I did put them or piece them together to make this overlay. So really, the real work comes from him. And I'm very sorry for suspecting you to be a bot. Usually I don't get a lot of people chatting here, and the ones that do tend to be those spammers that I just simply report and block. Village superstition stolen by Phineas Filch. I know, I haven't come up with any for my channel yet. And before you ask, no, I will not be accepting any offers. What else is there to do? The only place in this case would be the detention center. This is taking a rather strange turn. Who she didn't. Somnambulism. I doubt he'd be such a believer as such an insider. I'm willing to bet it's because LaBelle wanted that supposed treasure that was sealed within, but Phineas's grandfather got to it first. That's an excellent question, Athena. Plus, the motherfucker destroyed the blackmail letter. Who's to say he won't try to tamper with the evidence anymore, and we can't do shit about it somehow? Plus, you're suspiciously coaching Phineas. Get the fuck out of here. Did Filch filch LaBelle's wallet just now? Like you'd be so caring to everyone else. Oh, we can definitely insinuate that you are the one who killed him. Oh, I'll be waiting with a special piece of evidence I've been saving just for you. Oh, he's gonna go back on the stand, huh? I have no idea who was that person, but they appear to be an alt of some kind. Hmm. All that's left now is that lie Jinxie told. We better go clear that up before tomorrow. Good luck with that. Can avoid a. All right. That's just messed up. It's a finger.
Gotcha!
Well, sometimes all it needs is a perception, not evidence. This is one statement I wish I'd never heard. What in the world are we going to do now? Right. Just believe in my client, even if all I can see ahead is darkness and despair. Finally got myself caught up for not streaming on yesterday. Now to get myself back up to the par. Your baldness. It's plain to see that you've always dreamed of delivering an epic opening statement. Why, of course you have. I saw it in your eyes the last time you gave the opening statement. That was the look of the one who yearns deeply for the thrill of an epic opening statement. For decades now, you have been watching opening statements from your bench. They were the crown jewels of the court, the one thing you could not possess. Now, at long last, they are within your grasp. How could you possibly refuse? I'll make a special exception, just this once. Ergo. That was quite astonishing. You've truly outdone yourself this time. Oh, this was not an unexpected turn of events. The inexplicable yokai evidence left at the scene of the crime. Well, does that not demand some sort of explanation? That was but an act to protect his daughter. His daughter was the one who planted the yokai evidence. Ergo, the true identity of the yokai in the manor was the manor's maid, Jinxie Tenma.
Objection!
The prosecution is engaging in more conjecture. Would you care for some witness testimony then? For I am ready to prove that the little scamp is the one behind the Temataro farce. Witness testimony? I bet he means Filch and that creep LaBelle. One sec. A total of 5 bailiffs to slip. What? How? Perhaps we should shackle you by the neck. That would keep you in place. Your statement, now. He may beat a hasty retreat, but there's no escaping Prosecutor Blackwell. Yeah, Blackwell doesn't strike me as the give-up easy type. The yokai is Jinxie. Temataro's really that little maid gal, ain't no doubt about it. I mean, the Temataro I saw was just a little thing about her size. But the little runt had a big old staff. I seen it when she came into the foyer. Betcha she stole it from the Forbidden Chamber after stumbling on the crime scene. She was gonna use it to wallop me on the account of my fierce reputation. I just know it. Feigning height is but an easy thing. But a big ox like the defendant could never pass for short. What if the Temataro impersonator was walking on their knees? All monsters are naught but tricks, either of the mine or the cheap parlor variety. Precisely. Human senses are easily deceived. Take the fellow in the cell next to me. Each night he cries and screams about some ghost he thinks he sees. But in truth, it was simply the janitor. The janitor's deathly complexion and all-white attire are no doubt partially to blame. And the fact that he constantly mutters about taking vengeance for this or that. That actually sounds like a real ghost to me.
Hold it! Hold it!
He just admitted to being a pickpocket right here in court.
Hold it!
Look who's talking, mister. I've got the stain on the box just to testify.
Hold it!
Oh really, the stench of the bell is thick in the air today. Jinxie entered the Forbidden Chamber after the incident. Then she took the staff and tried to cover up her actions by pretending to be Timataro. I guess that's what Filcher's trying to say? Could Jinxie have even entered the Forbidden Chamber if she wanted to?
Objection!
And stop! It would seem that Timataro was, in fact, not this innocent little girl. You claim that the Timataro you saw had one of those staves from the Forbidden Chamber? But it would have been impossible for Miss Tenma to get a hold of one. The mayor swallowed this key shortly after the murder. He wanted to keep the killer out of the Forbidden Chamber. What's this? This key was deep in the mayor's stomach when Miss Tenma discovered the crime scene. So you see, it would have been impossible for her to get into the Forbidden Chamber. In short, the Timataro seen holding that staff could not have been Jinxie Tenma. Our Timataro impersonator is none other than the... Such accusations beg evidence. Aside from his ghastly appearance, can you prove he is the yokai we seek? Yes, in fact, I can. Mr. Justice, please show us proof as to the true identity of the Timataro impersonator.
Take that!
We found this hand cream in the Forbidden Chamber, and we know that whoever was Timataro took one of the staffs out of there. In short, I believe whoever this hand cream belongs to is the yokai impersonator we're looking for. I'm glad you asked, Your Honor. The defense requests a fingerprint analysis on this piece of evidence. It might tell us who it belongs to. No need for that, Your Baldness. We had the prints of everyone at the manor that day. Could anyone be more whipped? Wright, analyze this for prints. You have 3 minutes. It would seem the fingerprints analysis is complete. What in the world? They're Florent LaBelle's prints, aren't they? This is absurd. Prosecutor Blackquill? I'm not gonna like this, am I? Fingerprint analysis have revealed that the fingerprints belong to Phineas Filch.
Objection!
Wait, what? What? Then Mr. LaBelle wasn't the one who entered the Forbidden Chamber?
Objection!
Why, you tricksy little tanuki. Explain yourself, now! Sure, them prints are mine. I mean, I did pilfer that hand cream from Mr. LaBelle after all. So you're the one who entered the Forbidden Chamber. So what if I did? You got a problem with it? Yikes! You fool of a tanuki. Excellent question. The fact that Mr. Filch was in the Forbidden Chamber... Wait a second. Does this mean that Timataro holding that staff was Phineas Filch? Yikes! Another cat out of the bag! I don't understand. Does this mean Mr. Filch is the real killer? Begging your pardon, Your Honorship, but I was just doing what the alderman told me. He wanted me to be Timataro in the village exorcism ritual. Oh, you mean that event at the Nine Tails Vale Festival? So, that was you inside the Timataro costume? Yep, and after the event I went to watch that pro wrestling program. But it bored me to tears on account of the wrestlers being complete jobbers. So, you didn't actually watch the entire wrestling match. That's when I looked at the Timataro costume and got a great idea. Nobody can tell it's me while I'm wearing it. Because of them superstitions, no matter what I do, the villagers won't say a word. Why did you want to enter the Forbidden Chamber in the first place? Because of the treasure there. Thought that was my big chance to sneak in and nab it. He went in there not knowing his grandfather had already pilfered it? Guess what? That's one tale that didn't get passed down from Grandpappy to grandson. Wait, how exactly did you get into the Forbidden Chamber? There was a meeting in the Fox Chamber that day. Plus, the mayor swallowed the only key that could open the Forbidden Chamber's door. You couldn't have possibly gotten in. I could through the air vent in the foyer. The vents left though the alderman's picture. I went on in and made a nice little hole. I used that to get into the air duct that leads into the Forbidden Chamber. I did. You what? But how's that even possible? Wait a sec. Remember that air vent in the Forbidden Chamber? So, Mr. Filch found a way to get into that air duct. Yeah, but now that explains how the fuck could he get out. And that's how he got from the foyer vent to the Forbidden Chamber's vent? Again, how did he get out? Looks like our so-called yokai is nothing more than one big troublemaker. Tell me, Mr. Filch, what did you do after fleeing to the foyer? I got out of that costume right quick. Would have cost trouble, or would have just caused trouble at that point. And where is that costume now? Heck if I know, and it ain't my fault if you never find it. The police searched every nook and cranny. No yokai costume was left in that manor. What if it was tossed outside the manor? No way! But maybe, just maybe. Okay, here's what I think. Mr. Filch, did you get rid of the costume here?
Take that!
Did you toss it out the window? Because that would certainly explain why I didn't turn up inside the manor. You think I tossed it out the window? That costume cost me a pretty penny. So why would I go do something like that? I can think of a few reasons. Any bright ideas, Apollo? Well, assuming the costume really was tossed out from the window, then the next question would be, what happened to it after that? And if I'm right, I might have just the thing to prove what happened to the costume. Phineas Filch, I have just the evidence for you. You do? This evidence proves you got rid of your Timakaro costume through the window.
Take that!
Ah, that's... Timataro flying through the sky? It's quite simple. That's not Timataro in the photo. It's the costume Mr. Filch threw out. Aw, that's crazy talk. You ain't serious, are ya? There's a steep cliff right outside the foyer window, meaning the manor is pretty high up. The costume flew through the air after it was tossed out. That's when the photo was taken. In other words, the photo of Timataro really was a flight of fancy. Yikes. Yeah, that one was soft. Oh, I can't keep any of them cats bagged. Can I still file a claim for the lost costume? This more than proves the defense's position. Jinxie Tima had nothing to do with staging the yokai sighting. None whatsoever. I'll deal with that Trixie Tanuki after I dealt with this case. We did it! Good going. Now all we have to do is make the floor and the bell take the stand.
Objection!
Sheathing the sword is a bit early, are we not? Huh? Nothing has been proven beyond a doubt. Take this tricksy little Tanuki, for instance. How do you suppose he was able to exit the Forbidden Chamber? Probably the same way he got in, through the chamber's air vent. And what are the feathers and tracks at the scene of the crime? They would suggest that the Tanuki exited through the chamber door, not the air vent.
Objection!
But the forbidden chamber doesn't open from the inside. So what you're saying makes no sense. Right? Someone on the outside opened the door for you, isn't that right? Yep, that's right, Mr. Blackjack. The door suddenly sprung right open.
Hold it!
Sprung right open? Who was on the other side? Didn't get a good look on account of the sun glare. That's when I snatched that staff and made my daring escape. And then that little maid gal spotted me as I hightailed it down the hall. That means the forbidden chamber wasn't open until after the crime was discovered. But wait, we still don't know who opened it. Maybe there really was a third person in the Fox chamber.
Objection!
Well, you little Tanuki? When the forbidden chamber opened, did you see the accused passed out there? Nope. Only one there was the alderman, and he was dead as a doornail. If the accused wasn't there, what do you suppose she was up to? Uh-oh. I don't like where this is going. Plainly, the only one who could have opened the forbidden chamber was the accused Damien Timma.
Hold it!
Wait a second! There had to be somebody else besides Mayor Timma there. Oh, well, that would be...
Objection!
It seems our feisty little ass has forgotten the most important thing. Evidence. I didn't forget. I was just testing your attention to details. Sorry. Guess I put my foot in my mouth again. No, Athena, we're definitely onto something here. We are? Think about it. If Filch was stuck inside the forbidden chamber, one of the alibis we heard would no longer hold any water. The defense will like to call a new witness to the stand. Someone who knew Mr. Filch was stuck in the forbidden chamber. And by virtue of knowing this, has an alibi that no longer adds up. Ah, not that insufferable.
Take that!
Why, that's... Yep. True, but in his alibi, he also claimed Mr. Filch was in the foyer too. However, as we all know now, Mr. Filch was not there with Mr. LaBelle at the time. In short, Mr. LaBelle's alibi has disappeared. Urgh. Florent LaBelle's alibi was one big lie. Isn't that right, Mr. Filch? I reckon there ain't no keeping that cat in the bag here neither. It was all Mr. LaBelle's idea. He told me he'd button his lip about me breaking into the Forbidden Chamber. And in return, he said we vouched for each other's alibi. Aw, shucks. Mercy, Your Honorship. Mercy. I also assert that the person who opened the Forbidden Chamber for Mr. Filch was none other than Florent LaBelle. After all, his alibi has just been proven to be a complete fabrication. Yes! We're finally going to drag that slippery snake onto the stand. Motherfucker's already on the phone. Or should you say the accused? You were not accused of murder. Ouch, like the poor mayor hasn't suffered enough. Your boldness. To think I'd be associated with this entirely lurid affair. Well, I am not, so may I go now? I have very important matters to attend to.
Objection!
I don't think so, Mr. LaBelle. Do you realize what a serious crime you've committed? Fine. The truth is, I faked my alibi for a very good reason. The mayor was obviously the killer, so I created a fake alibi to confuse the matter. You see, as his personal aide, I felt I had to protect him. Sorry. You think this is funny? Without your alibi, you're a suspect too. What were you really doing at the time of the crime? Peasant, how dare you accuse me, one of the beautiful people— Stop stalling and tell the court what you were really doing at the time of the crime.
Silence!
Enough jabbering. Swords have been drawn. The time for talk is past. Swords? What swords? This is a duel to the death. The fate of the accused rests in our hands. Begone, ye of cowardly hearts! The battlefield hath no place for ye. Again? Oh my. So much for sturdy your shackles. Ah! Those chains hindered my vow that heads would roll this day. This gives keeping your head on in court a whole new meaning. Will the witness please deliver the accused's death knell? You know what I speak? Most certainly. His goose is already cooked. Time to stick a fork in him. Whatever he has to say can't be good. As I told Prosecutor Blackpool during the recess, I rushed right over to the Fox Chamber when I heard little Jinxie scream. What? Then, drumroll please, I saw Mayor Tenma opening the Forbidden Chamber doors. But there you have it. The mystery man who opened the chamber door, as witnessed by one Phineas Filch. It was the accused. There was never any third party. Oh, and that's not all. I heard something quite startling there at the scene of the crime. Startling sounds bad. The mayor, who was barely conscious, muttered this. Forgive me, Jinxie. I killed the alderman. That's right. The mayor actually confessed to the murder right then and there. Just so, and quite astonishing, I might add. I only learned of this fact during the recess. I just love surprises, don't you? That's why I saved the best for last. Consider it a gift from me to you. You're no better than fucking Wright. No way. I don't believe Mr. LaBelle heard the mayor confess. But, okay. It is indeed. During that last recess, I confirmed it with the mayor's daughter. It would seem Mayor Timnot actually did confess. This is LaBelle. Yes, I called earlier about the party reservations. That's right, and I'll be calling my little shindig Mayor Timma's Conviction Gala. A splendid time is guaranteed for all. Oh, but the mayor in his defense. What LaBelle saw. I was in the hallway hiding in the shadows. That's when I heard the confession. Upon learning of her father's crime, little Jinxie fled without ever noticing me. Immediately after that, the mayor came too, stood up, and opened the forbidden chamber. As I ran in terror, the demon emerged from his prison. In shock, I fled down the hallway to my right, to the one with the phone at the end. Once again, sorry. It's just, I feared being accused if I mentioned coming upon that most unpleasant scene. Why did the mayor's confession have to be brought up by this guy? We better do something before the judge declares the mayor guilty. As a death row inmate once told me in years gone by, there is a time to fight and a time to yield. A time to live and a time to die. Ah! He's laying it on real thick now.
Hold it! Hold it! Objection! Hold it! Hold it!
Noticing any inconsistencies, Apollo? Well, Jinxie also saw Timatara, right? She did. She said they passed each other in the hall after she made that call to the police. Well, if LaBelle had fled down the hall where that phone is, Jinxie would have seen him when she was returning from making her call. Oh, right. And if she saw him, she would have definitely asked him for help. Right. It just doesn't make any sense. Okay, time to review the evidence. If we don't find some way to poke a hole in his testimony, maybe Timma is as good as guilty. This is bad. Very bad. We need to find an inconsistency, a mistake, some kind of conflict. It's all over if we can't find a flaw in the prosecution's case.
Objection!
And stop. Laurent LaBelle, you're lying about having witnessed those events from the hallway. What on earth do you mean? If Mr. LaBelle had really fled down into the hall with the phone in it, he would have crossed paths with Miss Tenma. What's this? After she discovered the crime scene, she immediately went to call the police. Then, after making her call, she went back into the main hallways, whereupon she encountered a demon yokai, or whatever you want to call it. As for me, I call it Phineas Filch in a Timataro costume. The encounter happened right here, where the hallways meet. As for Mr. LaBelle, if he had fled here, feigning escape from the yokai imposter, why, definitely. Right, except Miss Timma told us that there was no one else in the hall. In short, Miss Timma did not see you in the hall because you never really were there. Ah! My eyes! My beautiful eyes! Not such a fabulous scent now, is it? Inside the box chamber, where else? It is, Your Honor. And that means he's not really a witness. Rather, he's the third party I've been alleging this whole time. What? You think I'm the killer? How dare you?
Silence!
Foolish fuck. A true man knows when he is beaten. A shield of lies comes to naught before a foe with the sword of truth bared. Prosecutor Blackwell, what are you? I thought we were on the same side. You are mistaken. There are no sides here, save for my cold, steely edge of judgment. You are alone upon this battlefield, with naught your lies and sickly sweet perfume. Oh, what just happened? Blackwell's really tearing into him. You heard the mayor's confession from the inside, did you not, you deviant dandy? For the sole occasion for which you could have seen and heard the mayor and the Tanuki, without either of them noticing you were right there in the Fox Chamber. Oh my. So that's how it's going to be. Fine, I'll come clean then. Seriously? You admit to being there in the Fox Chamber? I do. I did enter the room after the murder. But I was afraid of being falsely accused, so I lied about it. I feel terrible about lying like that, but it is a verbal cologne I use to protect myself. Oh, sorry, yeah. You had better explain yourself, Mr. LaBelle. Yes, of course. I was just about to get to that. In the Fox Chamber. I did enter the Fox Chamber after the murder, but I didn't enter until after Jinxie had heard the confession and left. I heard the mayor's groan and hid behind the folding screen there. What I saw there up close, it was absolutely horrifying. So you see, I was there, but merely watching from behind the screen. I don't have that on evidence, shit. Just so he could see everything without being spotted by the victim or that Tanuki filch. Suffice to say, he was a mere witness to the events rather than the actual third party. This guy is as slippery as an eel. Oh, you think he's telling the truth? Well, he was in the Fox Chamber, so at least that much must be true. A voyeuristic witness.
Hold it!
This man clearly has his priorities in order.
Hold it!
I'm sensing a black hole of egocentricity forming around the witness's stand.
Hold it!
Well, what I'd like to ask you about is... The yokai feathers and tracks weren't there before the box chamber was opened.
Hold it! Hold it!
He's really trying to stress that it was the mayor who opened the Forbidden Chamber. Whoa, if looks could kill, the bell would be toast. The Forbidden Chamber was shut tight until the mayor opened it.
Hold it!
The nerve of this guy! His testimony is riddled with lies. Looks like I won't be getting anything useful out of this statement.
Hold it!
You think he's telling the truth about being there in that room? Well, I believe he was there. The question is, when did he enter? You mean, did he enter after GC fled? Or was he there before the murder? If it's the latter, that would change everything. Right, if he was there before the murder, that would make him a suspect. But how do we go about proving that? Well, I guess we ask him about what happened there. Anyway, let's press him and see what kind of info we can extract from him. Let's cross our fingers that he says or reveals something incriminating.
Hold it!
Oh, right, the statue. But why would he find it inspiring? A broken statue next to a bloody corpse. Real inspiring. A statue had fallen to the floor. It was a token of goodwill celebrating the municipal merger.
Objection!
Oops. I definitely like how starting here there's a lot more unique failed evidence presentions. But yeah, I made a mistake there. I went one too far.
Objection!
And stop. Your lies have finally betrayed you, Mr. LaBelle. What possibly could you mean? You said the statue was like a celebration of union between town and village. Isn't that correct? It is indeed, but what of it? The two yokai are joining hands in goodwill, as if they were celebrating the municipal merger. Something the matter? So, how did you really know that the statue was meant to be a symbol of goodwill again? What? Justice Dono, explain yourself and make it quick. This statue was meant to symbolize goodwill in its original form, but that was a secret. A secret? Whatever do you mean? What I mean is that it broke when someone used it to strike Mayor Tima on the head. What's left clearly makes it look like the two yokai are battling it out. The statue's secret and its true form were lost inside that locked room. For Miss Tima is the only living soul who should know what it once looked like. So, Mr. LaBelle, where could you have possibly seen the statue in its original form? What do you mean, where? The only possible answer is this. You saw the statue in its original form. Right there in the room where the alderman was murdered before it was broken. How dare you! Yes, I am. Florent LaBelle, I accuse you of the murder of Alderman Rex Cuby. How could you possibly accuse me? The embodiment of beauty! Way to go, Apollo. This is the conclusive evidence we needed. Magnifico. We've got you now. We know you killed the Alderman. Now admit it.
Silence!
Enough of your silly games, Justice Dono. This prancing peacock could not possibly be the killer.
Objection!
What are you talking about? His alibi has already crumbled to dust. And I just proved that he was in the Fox chamber while it was still locked tight.
Silence!
Why could he have not seen the statue in its true form before the murder? After all, he was close friends with the alderman. Ergo. Yes, that's right. I clearly remember it now. Alderman Cuby told me about it. About what the statue actually looked like. I mean, he was a good friend of mine.
Objection!
Yeah, right. He wouldn't show you a secret gift just like that.
Silence!
Moreover, it has already been proven that he was not present at the scene of the crime. It has? Forgotten, have we? Recall the little scamp's statement, if you will. When Jinxie Tenma unlocked the Fox chamber, she saw the alderman and the mayor collapse therein, and no one else. Oh, dang it. The fact is, it was you two who made that apparent yesterday in yesterday's court session. Thus, Florent LaBelle could not possibly have been in that lot's room. No! I just don't get it. How could Jinxie have not seen LaBelle? The proof is incontrovertible. No room for debate exists. Am I not right, your baldness?
Objection! Silence!
You cannot defend the indefensible. Your role in this charade is now over, Justice Dono. But... Your baldness. This trial would last an eternity if we were to keep crossing blades with these simpletons. It's high time you brought down the hammer of justice. What the fuck? Mayor Tenma? Counselor? Oh, right, he must be me. He has finally remembered what happened before that bullet to his head? Bailiff, don't just stand there. Seize him! Since when am I responsible for court security? Apollo, this is our chance. We might get some new information out of him. Your Honor, seeing as our client has something new to say, I believe due process demands that we hear him out, even if he is a yokai. Unprecedented in absurdity, more like. The ruler of demonkind. Barely conscious was Damien there amid the darkness. Suddenly, two yokai did appear. On one side, I, Tenmataro, ruler of demonkind, and on the other, my mortal enemy, the nine-tailed fox. Strange as it may be, yes, indeed, all was in darkness. And the part about Timataro and the nine-tailed fox being there. Yes, that too. Timataro towered overhead and the nine-tailed fox glittered gold. I call animal abuse, Your Honor. It would seem the defendant's recollections are not to be trusted. Yes, well, truth be told, my host's recollections are still a bit fuzzy. As if half-dreamt, that happening lingers in his mind. Apollo, maybe I can help here. Really? Oh, you mean... Alright. Do your thing, Athena. It sounds like the mayor saw the same thing as was shown on that scroll. What's with those Tenmas in their yokai vision? I think it's sweet how the father and daughter can share something like that. I don't think a shared nightmare really qualifies as sweet. Anyway, all I need to do is point out an unnatural reaction like last time. Right, look for places where an emotion conflicts with the testimony. That conflict usually indicates a thought or emotion that is being suppressed.
Got it!
When the nine-tailed fox appeared, you not only experienced shock and sadness, but also something like joy as well. Joy? Perhaps it was joy at the light coming to my eyes at long last. A long and terrible creaking did pierce the silence. And then there was light. On reflection, it was a door that did produce that infernal racket. A creaking door? Oh, you must be talking about the Forbidden Chamber door. It does make a lot of noise. So this means the Forbidden Chamber really was opened. But what about the sudden light he described? I think I know. He mentioned darkness and Timataro towering overhead. Maybe the mayor wasn't really... Let me start that over. Maybe the mayor wasn't really in the Fox Chamber at the time of the crime. Mr. Mayor, did the darkness that you were in happen to be here?
Take that!
The Forbidden Chamber? Was it not the Fox Chamber where the murder did occur? Yes, but it all makes sense if you were in the Forbidden Chamber. That terrible creaking sound was probably the Forbidden Chamber's doors opening. And the towering Timataro you saw? Most likely the Forbidden Chamber's statue. Why, yes! That would explain it. The darkness in the staff in the demon's grasp. But even if all that's true, then what about the nine-tailed fox? Maybe he was seeing things just like Jinxie and her imaginary yokai. Fantastical, Apollo. It's entirely possible. In a groggy, dreamlike state, people can misremember things and events. Misremember, you say? Let me think. I do believe I remember now. That was not the nine-tailed fox. It was... the amazing Nine Tails! Bruh. sorry I asked. The Amazing Ninetales? But that was the victim Alderman Kyuubi, right? Yeah, why did he open the Forbidden Chamber? Wasn't he trying to keep it sealed? Never mind that, this is completely new information. Let me enter it and run an update.
Got it!
Nope.
Got it!
When the Amazing Ninetales opened the chamber, banishing the darkness within, you felt joy, but didn't you also feel shock and sadness? Yes, in the hazy depths of my mind, I do recollect something of that nature. I believe it was the Fiend's Cape of Red. For when I did behold it, a great wave of sadness did inexplicably wash over me. One more to go. A Cape of Red? Apollo, we've reduced the noise level. Oh, but there's still a little left. Mayor Tenma, why were you sad when you saw the red cape? Why indeed? What could this mean? I guess his memory is still a little spotty. I know that because his latest recollection contradicts the evidence. Yeah, it's one of those contradictions that slaps you right across the face. Something this obvious could arise when someone is trying to force a fuzzy memory into a definitive shape. Apollo, I know what you have to do. You need to present evidence that contradicts the image you see. Oh? So it's basically the same as the usual cross-examination process. Okay, time to review the evidence. Look out, contradiction. Here comes justice.
Objection!
You said the Amazing Ninetales' cape was red. Are you sure about that? Yes, well, I do believe it was a red cape I saw, but... Mayor Tenma? Does this cape look red to you? Oh, that certainly does not look red. Not even a scarlet or crimson, either. Nevertheless, upon my liberation, something red did fill my, yet hazy field of view. And I thought to myself, the Amazing Ninetales is arrayed in a cape of red. So you mistook that red something for his cape, huh? Apparently so, and remembering it now brings a great sadness upon me. So the red something probably wasn't a cape after all. Maybe that great sadness you mentioned is what's interfering with his memory. Well, he would have seen the fox chamber behind the Amazing Ninetales. What red object could he have seen there that would have been that shocking? I know. Could it have been... Mr. Mayor, what's the red thing you saw? This?
Take that!
Red and could produce a feeling of sadness.
Take that!
Something red that could produce a deep sadness? Could it be, Mr. Timbo, that what you saw was the alderman's blood? Blood? Why, yes, it was blood. What the fuck? His noise level is down to 0. I think he's remembered everything now. Does this mean the Amazing Ninetales killed Alderman QB? But the Alderman was the Amazing Ninetales, so how exactly would that work? Hey, I asked you first. I know, and I'm sorry. True, but at the time of the crime, our client was in the Forbidden Chamber. Moreover...
Silence!
Hoy, don't you think this is strange? The little scamp has already confirmed her father to be in the Fox Chamber, but she said naught about seeing the Amazing Ninetales there. You just had to bring that up, didn't you? Tracy didn't see LaBelle there either. It's so weird. Who really was in that room then? There is a time to, attack and a time to yield. Let's try this. Explaining something like that would be a completely... possible. My colleague here is going to explain it so that it's crystal clear. Yeah, thanks for the false choice. I am? Even if you can't explain it, you can't let them know that. Just make something up. I don't hear you helping. Not with more of your bluffs and fairy tales, I trust. Fair warning, Justice Dono. I shall have your head if you fail to explain this. Eh, what about a good old-fashioned penalty? First of all, Mr. LaBelle was definitely in the Fox Chamber while it was locked. We also know that Mayor Tenma was in the Forbidden Chamber based on his testimony. These two facts are crucial to my explanation, so let us consider the following question. If the facts point to Florent LaBelle and the victim being there at the scene, why did Jinxie Tenma see the victim and her father, Mayor Tenma? Sadly, you would be supposing wrong. You think she could have mistaken LaBelle for the mayor? Well, if she did, then the question is, why did she do that? The figure Miss Tenma saw was not her father. It was Florent Rebel disguised as Damien Tenma.
Silence!
That is a complete impossibility. Their faces are utterly unalike. How could you explain that away with a mere disguise? Maybe the disguise completely hid his face? I think Jinxie would have mentioned it if she couldn't see her father's face. And if it was that sort of disguise, wouldn't she have removed it? Oh, right. Your sword is as dull as your mind, Justice Dono. Shall I show you what a truly sharp blade is capable of? I don't think I'll... Are you okay, Apollo? I'm not fine, am I? Well, now that we have that little fairy tale out of the way, your baldness, your verdict, if you will. What's even left for me to do? Apollo, remember what Mr. Wright always says. When you're stuck in a tight spot, turn the case upside down. Turn the case upside down? He does say that, doesn't he? But I don't quite see how it applies here. Still, never hurts to give it a try, I guess. Let's see. Rather than Jinxie didn't remove the disguise, maybe she couldn't remove it. And rather than she didn't tell anyone about the disguise, maybe it was she couldn't talk about it. And what about the fact that it was the amazing Ninetales who opened the door? A mask that can't be removed in front of others. Can these facts turn things around? We got it all backwards! Apollo? I think we might have made a huge mistake. Your baldness. I see no need to further indulge them with their silly little farce. The defense has no proof. They never did, and they never will.
Objection!
I do have proof! Do you now? We can solve the remaining riddles by turning all of our assumptions upside down. Why Jinxie Tenma mistook Mr. LaBelle for her father? Why she couldn't remove the costume or tell anyone about it in the first place? These riddles are inextricably linked to Mayor Tenma's secret identity. A shocking secret identity that will turn the entire premise of this case upside down. This piece of evidence clearly reveals Mayor Tenma's secret identity.
Take that!
Yeah? What absolute claptrap, poppycock, balderdash. We thought the alderman was the amazing Ninetales and the mayor was Tenma. That's why we believe the mayor killed the alderman and his lust for Ninetales failed. And it was the basis for the prosecution's entire case against our client. However, we got the whole thing backwards. Mayor Tenma wasn't Tenma at all. He was the amazing Ninetales! You best explain yourself, Justice Dono. And from where you derive such a far-fetched conclusion. Jinxie no doubt knew the true identity of the Amazing Ninetales, but she couldn't tell anyone no matter what. That's why she didn't say it was the Amazing Ninetales she saw passed out. Even though, unbeknownst to her, it was really Florent LaBelle in disguise.
Silence!
The accused and that deceitful dandy are utterly dissimilar in physical build and voice. The little scamp would have seen the difference.
Objection!
Remember, Mr. LaBelle has his very own brand of cosmetics. Why couldn't he fake a different build too? And anyone speaking through a mask would naturally sound different.
Silence!
Why did she not simply pull the mask off?
Objection!
A masked wrestler's disguise is more precious than life itself. As a huge fan of the Amazing Ninetales, she would never dare unmask him. Yeah. This case of mistaken identity also explains the riddle of the locked room. First, Mr. LaBelle entered the room where the mayor and the alderman were talking. I suspect he brought with him coffee laced with some sort of sedative. Once the alderman was out cold, that's when Mr. LaBelle killed him. Next, he took the mayor, who he had also drugged, into the Forbidden Chamber. Then he returned to the Fox Chamber, slipped into the some of the mayor's spare clothes, and completed the disguise by donning the Amazing Ninetales' mask. With his entire charade in place, Mr. LaBelle then let out a scream. The scream that led Jinxie Timma to the scene. Ah, so then... the person who said I killed Alderman Kyubi was... Yep, that was Florent LaBelle in disguise. The mayor never actually confessed.
Silence!
This is no more than guesswork and speculation. Now stop your jabbering and...
Objection!
No, you twisted samurai. This time, you stop your jabbering and let me finish making my case. Once Miss Timma left the scene, Mr. LaBelle, still wearing the mayor's clothes and mask, opened the Forbidden Chamber so he could drag the mayor back out into the Fox Chamber. Oh, so the Amazing Ninetales the mayor saw was... right, it was LaBelle opening the Forbidden Chamber. The second time Mr. LaBelle opened the door to the Forbidden Chamber, he happened to catch the thieving Mr. Filch by surprise. Startled, Mr. Filch, in his Temataro disguise, ran as fast as he could away from the room. As he did, he left behind him a trail of feathers and tracks, and gave Miss Timma the scare of her life in the hallway. With no one left to witness the events that had occurred, Mr. LaBelle then proceeded to drag the sleeping mayor back into the Fox Chamber. Then, after dragging the mayor back into the Fox Chamber, Mr. LaBelle threw the mask out the window and fled the room.
Silence!
For this absurd theory to work, it requires that the defendant be the Amazing Ninetales. However, he was the one pushing for the municipal merger. That such an individual could possibly be the Amazing Ninetales is preposterous.
Objection!
The mayor was blackmailed into pursuing the merger. Miss Timma's life would be in danger if he had openly voiced his opposition. That's why he created a secret identity as the Amazing Ninetales. This is madness! No one could possibly hatch such an insane plot! No one except the killer as insane as his plot, and I say Florent LaBelle more than qualifies. Foolish mortal! It is at your own peril that you forget who I am! Mayor Tenma, it's okay now. JC will be safe just as soon as Mr. LaBelle is arrested. You are the amazing Ninetales, aren't you? I... You have quite the active imagination. Mayor Tinma is not the amazing Ninetales.
Objection!
What do you mean? Well, has the mayor admitted to it yet? But that's just... And even if he did admit to such nonsense, I would reveal the truth behind Timataro right here and now. What? Why, you would dare reveal the secret? My good friend, the Ultimate, told me all about it. But it wouldn't be good to expose the truth. What with the superstitions, now would it? The truth behind Timataro? What's he talking about? So go ahead, say it. Say I am the amazing Ninetales. I dare you. Arrgh.
Objection!
Wait, will somebody please explain what's going on here? Mayor Timma will do anything to keep the truth behind Timataro a secret. A dark, terrible truth that has been kept secret by the village superstitions. And if the mayor admits to being the amazing Ninetales, you'll expose the truth? Right, I won't have him walking free because of some nonsense you made up. So what now, Justice Dono? Without the mayor's admission, your theory is as useless as you are in battle. I'll show you who's useless. Oh, don't you dare give up now. I know. Your Honor, I believe Mr. LaBelle's statements warrant a thorough cross-examination. After all, the true identity of the amazing Ninetales is the cornerstone of this case. Sorry about that. The amazing Ninetales' true identity. The amazing Ninetales' true identity is not Mayor Tinma. The mayor would never never admit to such utter nonsense. But if he did admit to such nonsense, I will expose the truth behind the Timataro right here and now. And that would bring ruin upon Ninetales Vale, just as the superstitions say. Talk about out of the pot and into the fire. At this rate, the mayor will be found guilty for sure. And that's what I need to focus on. And let's just leave it at that, shall we? We all know Ultimate QB was the amazing Ninetales anyway. I mean, that's how Ninetales Vale made a comeback. The Ultimate was so popular. There's gotta be a hole in that testimony somewhere. But I don't even know where to start. Since we don't have any proof that the mayor is the amazing Ninetales, then we'll just have to get him to admit it himself. But if he admits it, LaBelle's going to expose the secret behind Timataro. We're so close, I know it! I was actually on a perfect streak, too, until I made that slip up.
Hold it! Silence! Objection!
I'm going to wipe that smug and makeup off your face, Lavelle. Oh, please be my guest.
Hold it! Hold it!
Silence!
Hold it! Hold it!
Could Timotaro actually be? Telling the villagers that Timotaro is a terrifying yokai is what scared them away from the Forbidden Chamber and the treasure within. That's how the treasure has been kept secret all this time. Mayor Timon looks like he wants to keep the truth hidden as much as I do. Tragedy is doomed to repeat itself as long as Timotaro exists. That's why the secret must be protected. As long as Timotaro exists, huh? Mr. LaBelle, please add that statement to your testimony. Tragedy is doomed to repeat as long as Timotaro exists.
Objection!
That's enough! Mr. LaBelle, what if Timotaro no longer existed? Revealing the truth would no longer be an issue, would it? If Timotaro no longer existed, earth are you talking about? Oh, apparently you haven't heard. Timataro no longer exists. But I guess you didn't get to do a thorough search after the key was taken from you. Because when we searched the Forbidden Chamber, there wasn't any treasure there. Really? Well, maybe you weren't looking in the right place. Sorry, but I have proof that the Timataro no longer exists. Take a look at this figure. We found this in the Forbidden Chamber. It's an Azuki Kozo figure. The great thief Azuki Kozo used to leave them at the scene of his crimes. Are you suggesting that Timataro has been stolen? Yep. Phineas Filch's grandfather, a master thief, was the culprit. And by that hideous moronic caretaker's grandfather, no less. No! My beautiful golden Timataro was... The greed inspired by Timataro can no longer bring ruin upon Ninetales Vale. Isn't that right, Mayor Tenma? The root of tragedy would indeed seem to be gone. In fact, I now recall the alderman reveling in the secret to me. Revealing the secret to me on the day of our meeting. He must have been speaking of Timataro. For he, to me, the gold ingot was gone. The gold ingot? You mean the treasure that is Timataro's true form? Recall, if you will, the scroll in the Forbidden Chamber. Timataro is the yellowish object shown there. A giant gold ingot that my nomadic ancestors bestowed upon Ninetales Vale. Tales Vale. In return for that gold, my ancestors did receive from Ninetales Vale land that would become Tenma Town. But drive the villagers mad with greed did that great fortune. Bitter was their greed-fueled battle. It was as if they were possessed. My ancestors' gold became as a curse upon their village, a curse of ruin. Thus, it was that the yokai Timataro came to be. So, Timataro and the village superstitions were merely fairy tales to scare people away. Fairy tale or not, Timataro made quite the mess of things. Yes, indeed, for there is no greater monster than a mortal man's lust for gold. Well, you know what they say, the love of money is the root of all evil. My ancestors did bring a terrible thing here to Ninetales Vale, a thing so terrible that Timataro, a monster just as terrible, had to be created to keep it a secret. Yet, we have naught but love for the little village to which we owe our very existence. Timataro would never seek to take over Ninetales Vale in a merger. Mr. Mayor, now that we know Timataro no longer exists, are you ready to admit your secret? You are the amazing Ninetales, aren't you? No, don't do it! Please, no! Be gone, you demented demon! Ahem. Now, where was I? The Golden Lord of Yokai, the Amazing Ninetales, is indeed me. And that means Jinxie. Yes? The man wearing the mayor's clothes who you saw collapse in the Fox Chamber. Was he wearing the Amazing Ninetales' mask? Uh-huh. That's what made me think it was Papa. He said he was going to reveal his secret identity to Alderman QB that day. So it really wasn't Papa I saw there, was it? It was Florent's idea from the start. He advised me to reveal my secret identity to the Alderman. Yeesh, Rube Goldberg machines have less elaborate setups than LaBelle's scheme. You may rest easy now, little Jinxie. That monster's deception is through. The true facts behind this case have finally come to light. Mayor Tenma did not kill Alderman Kyubi, but Florent LaBelle did! How? How dare you? Peasant!
Silence!
Justice Dodo. You should at least have a real blade in your hands if you desire to cross swords with me. Or have you mistaken this battlefield for a training ground? What's this guy want now? Evidence is like a razor-sharp blade that cuts through bone as though it were butter. But you have only blind guesses, a dull blade incapable of even cutting a cake. But they're right! Let's see some evidence. Of course, a perfect being like me wouldn't leave behind any incriminating evidence behind. This is the final battle, just as a samurai must live and die by the sword. You will live or die by the evidence you hold. My swift blade of judgment awaits. Now present your conclusive evidence, or don't you have any? Oh, crud. Do I have anything conclusive? Evidence? Oh, I have evidence. You do? Of course. It's just the conclusive evidence we need, too. I'm going to finally prove Mayor Tenma innocent. Here comes justice. Let's review the facts. The most damning evidence against the mayor was the crime scene itself. The mayor and the victim were the only two people found in the room. Also, we all thought the alderman was killed because he was the Amazing Ninetales. But as we now know, of course, we were way off. The Amazing Ninetales is really Mayor Damien Tenma. That's why when his daughter Jinxie saw the Amazing Ninetales collapse at the scene, she mistook him for her father. Those are the facts we have, as we have revealed. However, Mr. LaBelle asserts that he did not leave any evidence at the scene of the crime, but he didn't say anything about the evidence outside the crime scene. Maybe he isn't as clever as he thinks he is. Does any of the evidence found outside the crime scene provide any clues? No, that's not it. Hand cream had Phineas Filch's prints on it. Yes, Filch has stolen it from LaBelle. That's not going to help us nab the real killer, though. Maybe I should study the evidence. Okay. A clue inside the mask? Oh, I know. The Amazing Ninetales' mask. It was found washed up along the river. What sort of clue does that mask hold? White hair in the mask. And what about the hair left in the mask? Who does it belong to? The white hair is LaBelle's. Oh right, that hair is Florent LaBelle's. Yes, now that's what I call conclusive evidence. Of course I do. Observe this mask, if you will. I think I got him. It's not the mask itself, but the white hair inside it. We originally thought it belonged to Alderman Wright's Kyubi. That is correct. So the question is, whose hair could this be? And the answer to that is the last person to have worn it before it was discarded. That would be you, Mr. Florent LaBelle. What are you talking about? I never had a hideous white hair like that.
Silence.
It would appear your coup de grace failed to hit its mark. This freakish fop is not the white hair type. Because he's busy doing one ludicrously garish color or another.
Objection!
No, Prosecutor Blackquill. It's you who has made a fatal error. What? Remember where this mask was found? It was washed up by the side of the river. With that in mind, this last piece of evidence will solve all of the remaining riddles.
Take that!
That's... What is that? This is Mr. LaBelle's own private brand of hair color. It washes out with just water. The court will also recall that the amazing Ninetales' mask washed up along the side of the village river with white hair inside it. What's this? Are you saying that preening peacock's hair color is... That's exactly what I'm saying. Mr. LaBelle's hair color is a freaky work of fiction. But thanks to the river flowing through Ninetales' Vale, we now have a real-life expose. Yep. The white hair in this mask is conclusive evidence proving you're the real killer. A DNA test is all we need to prove it, and we both know we'll get a match. Admit it. Florent LaBelle, you were the one who killed Alderman Rex Cuby. You... peasant! How dare you! You profane my beauty! Okay. You now have permanent brain damage from the headbanging. Gotcha ass. Hello, this is LaBelle. What? The project is off? This is LaBelle. The sponsors have pulled out. LaBelle speaking. I'm fired? You mean I'm no longer Mayor Tinma's aide? Hello, this is LaBelle. What? There's a stratosphere damages claim against me? $100 million? I'm finished! Washed up! Stick a fork in me! I'm done! This is preposterous! I, Simon Blackquill, defeated? Here, I think you'll be needing this.
Take that!
This dude is built like a fucking tank! God damn! Oh no, don't, I feel bad for her now. That was our first case together, and it felt like nothing could, bring us down after that. The dark age of the law seemed so distant, so irrelevant to our small, cozy office. But little did I know that it had been lurking all along, right there behind us. The first time it made itself known was during the murder at Themis Legal Academy. That case would mark the twilight before the dark, cold night that was to come. Turnabout Academy.
Themis Legal Academy. a prestigious
Themis.
high school with alumni in the highest echelons of the legal world.
This looks nothing else other than a top-class university. Or should I say academy? Professor Court, huh? Aristotle means. Oh god, that smile. Chances are she probably already died. Don't get me wrong, I've already seen the intro. I definitely remember the mock trial that I went through in a school field trip, and I still remember the name of the kid who was the judge. Juniper Woods. She's inspired. She definitely was inspired. Or at least I thought she was inspired, but now it makes it seem like this is before the bombing case. Alright, I think I spent enough time here, so once it all kicks off, I'm gonna stop. The fuck happened? A 67th school festival? Now we got a big problem. Oh, good instincts, Phoenix. Good call. It's rare that we get to do this with Phoenix Wright himself. This is as good of a time to stop us any. My voice is getting worn out, and I need a break. So, with that being said, good day so far. Finally wrapped that up. I should now be up to speed. Yeah, I should be at a good point now where I can go at a regular pace. So tomorrow should be this case. Then the next day should be the case after that. Well, we'll see how it goes, but very likely is that tomorrow I'm going to be playing entirely with the microphone mute, as there is a near certainty that I will not be alone here. So, with that being said, y'all have a good one, and if I am mute for the entire day, don't fret. I will at least try to respond to chat in the text. The game is borderless after all, so it should be easy for me. So with that being said, y'all have a good one, and I'll see y'all tomorrow.